it's me. There's things first. I need to spend resin. Stop playing my hands. Song that I hate. Yeah. I like your damn strength. Yeah, well, what about it? He attacks too slow. He's too slow.
Disappear!
I want to kill this guy out of my ass. See? Nothing matters about being cocky. I would prefer to use a lot more than 20. Twenty out of 150. Blair. What's this? $20 plus 60 equals 80. I'm gonna regret not having Layla in my party for this, aren't I? Barbara. Right. What's up with you? Nothing much, I'm just spending my resin for God of Lost Daily, and then I'm doing some where's that at? this a challenge account or your man? This is my man.
I'll protect us.
No, I just am what you would call not meta.
Oh.
I assure you this is intentional. I am just not smart.
Over here. Give me a beat.
Now I have more than that. There we go. And about a man and a crowned anime traveler, I can care less about meta. Real. Alexa, silence. I'm trying to commit a travesty. I need to reposition my second monitor. Or what's the equivalent of a monitor anyway, this is not a computer.
Cue the spotlight. Let it rain.
I'm trying to not so much build my characters, but just to get them into parts where I feel comfortable using them. Due to the fact that they're all like they're just all at level 40. Who's your favorite character? Aether and Lemaine. I'm get back. Anima.
Over here.
So is this frickin' bird?
Let the magic begin.
With the wind.
No one escapes my sight. Trip on them. Cue the spotlight.
Wind blade.
I don't think this was the correct fight to take Anima to there, however. What the hell is this one? I'm being eaten by a shellfish.
Wind blade.
Surprise. Be amazed. No escape. Trip on them. Ready, steady, go. Go, go, Baron.
Disappear.
Over here. No one escapes my sight. Let the magic begin.
Wind blade.
This thing's still alive?
Wind blade.
Cue the spotlight.
This fight more is longer. I remember. Already. These things.
Let the magic begin! Get Chip on up! Let it rain!
Wind blade.
I'm curious, what's the highest hit you remember hitting? 1,000? Maybe? No, because it has to be... I think 2,000? I don't really pay attention, I just kind of hit until I win.
Over here! Cue the spotlight! No one escapes my sight!
2,441.
Chip on up! I'll protect you! That's cheap! That we...
Uh-oh. Oh wait, why am I doing that? Go into the green shirts, you're in that attack and you'll survive. Yeah, I know, I just didn't realize that was what was going on. The attack confuses me.
Surprise!
Fortunately, surprise is not a baptism.
Wind blade.
Over here! Let the magic begin! Chip on up!
I normally have Layla for bosses as a shooter. I'm not sure why Lynette's in my party, but yeah, I don't really do much about it right now.
Oh, no! Surprise!
Wind blade.
Go, Barbara!
Bruh. Really? Nope.
Let's dance!
I should not have revived Lynette over Barbara, but whatever. And an apple. Several apples.
Wind blade.
Nirvana! I'll protect us. Hi, huh, huh, yeah, huh, hi, huh.
Disappear. Wind blade.
Yeah, huh, huh, huh. Let the show begin. Huh, huh. Surprise! Let's dance.
Wind blade.
I am confident that I can out-heal you. Well, I'm never doing that again. What's this thing supposed to be? Primordial flower. Cool. I don't know what that terrain is. Why am my camera so close? A volcanic egg.
I'll protect us.
Why is playing a sad violin? What is an M battle? Okay. What's this thing supposed to be? Do I just know nothing? An artifact transmutter. Cool. I should really build a Dendra character at some point. Oh, you can get a free artifact from that. Oh, cool. Artifact and consuming artifacts. Yeah. Anything else? The man's choose 2 cents and the man's sentence very good. Intriguing. Probably do that when I get around to either this thing or Venti. I'll call it one of the 3. I agree. I level you up yet now. Yeah, my UID is 6. Yeah, I don't think we're on the same server. Oh, I can.
Come on, we can do it.
Makes this whole thing so much faster. We're not. How do I leave a depth cave? I need to spend
Don't ya?
more as in silent anger. Do you have to be on the same server to look at the account you do? You know, because it doesn't show that, it's not on the map. It costs a lot of resin. That I can Because I did you already. What's this? Man of Gunyan. Why are all of the mains fancy named and there's just the main of Gunyan? You could go to Akasha. I don't know what that is, but I will click on it because I am a very trusting individual. There's a world quest there. I'm not gonna do it though. Akasha is a leaderboard system for Genshin, I see. 1 second, I'm going to attempt to copy your UID and open it. How do I search for things here? I don't care about your welcome giveaway, I want to look at things. Oh, Cortexia, Urban Build. Completely free to play Alberta Man, top 1% on Akasha. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds impressive, I think. C4 Amber.
There's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Yeah, I don't know what that Albedo thing means, but the Amber's more impressive. Sent for the Albedo leaderboard. Before I go in there... Get out.
I applied for vacation.
You had a vacation. You've just got back, now silence. Morris, top 1000 on Akasha, I see. That's a lot of words that I'm not reading.
Oh, nice command.
Weak.
Absurd.
Level 1 leaderboard, fun to compare with other people's builds. I see.
Not now. My guiding stars.
Don't bring a bear to the gunfight.
Your verdict is decided. This world, a fleeting shadow.
Actually, technically this is memory. You get the lore right, you damn puppet.
Windblade.
Am I supposed to avoid that, or can I just keep shooting it?
My guiding stars.
Been doing both, so can't go wrong, I guess. Going to freeze you.
Not now. Stars, shine for me.
Witness the final calamity.
I don't have an Electra character.
This is not the end.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Eternity is in my hands.
You don't need Electra to break it.
My guiding
I
stars.
see. I wasn't even meant to hop over this. It also isn't like the same move that the Hypostasis does.
No escape.
An element will break it there, and twist electric instantly breaks it.
Inferior. Weak. Go! This ends now.
I mean, hey, one of us comes back from the dead and it ain't you.
The eye sweeps the land.
Let's dance.
Shattered.
Oh wait, I have Animo. I can just attack with almost all the elements regardless. Well, if you combine them right.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Why do things keep trying to push me away? I can just trip the attack fan. You cannot escape. Are you supposed to be an advanced hyperstasis? What are you doing?
Nice to know.
Ruin follows my blade.
Not now.
Witness the final calamity.
For God's sake, to break it.
The night is
I'm very confused all the time. But I feel like that's been established by now.
Eternity is in my hands.
my guiding stars.
There's nothing wrong. There is no hands in your house.
You'll pay for that. Not now. Let it rain.
Weak.
Come on.
Yeah.
We can do it. I'll protect us.
But also Mondstadt, so...
My guiding
Inferior.
stars. Don't be scared.
Inferior. Be gone. Inferior. The eye sweeps the land.
The night is cold.
Oh, that.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Not now.
Windblade.
I understand why it isn't, but I wish that A or any of the bosses were affected by the tornado because it would be really
Ruin
fun.
follows my blade. There is no escape. Ruin follows my blade.
My guiding stars.
Purge all obstacles.
Weak. Yeah.
Inferior.
Well,
No escape.
I know my strengths.
Witness the final calamity.
Not now.
Perish.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Eternity is in my hands.
My guiding stars.
die. Please. I still have to do Sonos Story Quest. Hey.
Pathetic, weak.
Yes, I know, I get it. Do you say anything else? Can we not go back to Dungermilk?
Absurd! The eye sweeps the lands.
My guiding stars.
Inferior.
Stars, shine for me.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Not now. Let the show begin.
Rhythms I see is so good, yeah.
This body is eternal.
My guiding star.
That's great, eh? You know what else is eternal? My C2 barber, apparently.
Not now.
Ruin follows my blade.
Let's dance.
Witness the final calamity.
Target abnormal.
Perish.
The night is cold.
Eternity is in my hands.
I'll protect us. Not now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Barbara's still alive, honestly, at this point.
The night is cold.
You don't have Aim Seal, just normal attack on Barbara. That's fair.
Don't be scared. No one escapes my sight.
Disappear!
Hello, Barbara.
Be gone. Strike dead.
Just that one. Yeah.
Not now.
You know, for someone so obsessed with
The eye
eternity,
sweeps the lands.
you're not very good at this.
The night is cold.
Lightning
is this work?
falls on the land of eternity.
Yes, well, hey, I'm a catalyst. Oh no. No, oh no, you're doing fine. You'll be fine.
Follows my blade.
My guiding stars.
There is no escape.
Let's dance. The night is cold. Stars, shine. No escape.
Witness the
It's pretty good at
final
making the
calamity.
side of eternity. Uh-oh. Hi, Layla. Can not switch character by jumping.
Perish.
Not now. Let the show begin.
Eternity is in my hands.
Eternity is in my hand. Yeah, but you know what's in my hand? Water. just abnormal amounts of water.
My guiding stars, don't be scared. Let it rain. Go, go, spirit!
Only emptiness awaits.
Ta-da! That was not how I expected that to go, but I'll take it. And that can just easily be done with like a domain or a flower. What's the closest thing to where I want to go? Got no idea what's in there, but I'll go in there, why not? Wait, isn't this Layla's talents I recognize here? Well, I mean, not this, but... like... is this the same place? No, it's a weapon. Yeah, whatever. Who are you currently building? Lynette. I think that's why she was in my party earlier. Yeah. The only logical conclusion that I can come to. One second, I need to adjust myself. But yeah, I've been building Lynette. I only really need to upgrade her talents. Which apparently I can do to one of them. I have a training guide. Would probably save the second one's the top priority, so why not? Oh, it's mushrooms. That's peaceful.
Disappear.
Be gone. Oh, it's these things.
Mine's a command. No one escapes my sight.
Danny, bird.
Not so hard. The night is cold.
Yeah, I can do Sona's quest now. Well, the rest of it, because I already did the first half, but... what are you on? Oh. Which Sona Quest Act 2? Yeah. Most of the things I'm doing to avoid doing this until the next update, because from my understanding, the English voice actors of the twin should be back by then. And they want, like, not to that man, 28 more days.
Hold on. There's a few things I'd like to clear up.
HP cycling, what? I have no idea what that means, so maybe.
Go on.
What's up
So,
there?
after you left the campsite, we had a longer talk.
Clearly, we've only scratched the surface of the Temple of Silence question. It doesn't surprise me at all that the one in the Academia is a fake.
Do you have any connection with the Temple of Silence?
I do. I trust you're all aware of the spirit that gives me my power. Hermanubis, the original founder of the Temple of Silence. Due to my unique constitution, I was put through a number of trials in the desert when I was younger. Later, I met the professor, and he brought me to Sumeru City. But my memory of that time is hazy. I
At least
can't
you would
recall
take
much.
him to a city
It's a
and
good
not
thing that Kaveh noticed the emblem on the letter.
where the hell Collie went.
I don't know if we would have connected the dots and realized there was more to this case than mere extortion. I did not recognize that symbol at all. Whether that's because I've never seen it, or because my memory fails me, it's hard to say.
Well,
Yeah,
I can't
you're
tell
right.
you.
Thank goodness for Kaveh, and for Alhaitham's diligence during his time as acting Grand Sage.
But Cyrus must have recognized it right away, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any qualms about you reporting it. Oh, maybe his connection to the Temple of Silence goes even deeper than yours.
I suspect so too. Professor has never once mentioned the Temple of Silence in conversation. And whenever the conversation turns to Hermanubis and the concept of spirit indwelling, he avoids going into any depth.
Well, speaking of avoiding things, you do realize, don't you, now that we've caught up with you, you're stuck with us for the rest of the way.
I am aware. And I have accepted it. Or rather, I don't see how I could manage to ditch you en route, so I might as well accept that you're coming with me.
That's right. Fact is, we're coming with you whether you like it or not. So the best option now is to try to look out for each other.
Yeah, you physically can't get rid of me. You have an element on your back.
Fair enough. Then at least let me buy you a drink once we're back in the city.
Works for me. All right, off we go. Let's start by seeing what the guards here can tell us.
When did you become... Okay.
Hello.
Mahamatra Sino?
I'm looking for someone. So I'd like to confirm any recent foot traffic in and out of Aru Village.
A man matching that description passed by Aru Village not too long ago. He stopped by to load up on food and water and feed his sumpter beast, then he was on his way.
Where was he going?
Let me think. He took a seat by the entrance of the village for a while, and had a brief chat with the person who came to deliver the water. He said he was headed somewhere near an oasis, but he didn't mention which one.
Was it a
Do you have
taps?
a map? I can mark out the direction he was heading and the best routes to any nearby oasis.
I have several maps.
I have one. Mark away.
That's meant to be my job. Oh, sir, aren't you a first ranger? Why do you have a map of the desert?
There you go.
Thank you so much. You were a great help.
You've got a really good memory.
Ah, you're quite welcome. Just doing my job. Best of luck. I hope you find him soon.
Wait, what? Oh. That's not an oasis, that's just a random ass pond. I suppose an oasis is probably just random ponds in the desert, but still.
Windblade! With the wind!
Hello, did you not see what just happened to the other ones who got in yet? Yeah. Weird, probably Abyss Order Hilichurl gang, you can stay over there. No, because I don't want to do it with you. Huh.
Hold on. I see some people over there.
Yeah, so I too did see people. Then
Do you think it's safe to ask them what they know?
no.
Should be. I'll go.
No. I'll do it.
Huh? Why can't Sino go talk to them? What difference does it make?
Given my background, appearance, and the way I dress, I might not be the most welcome visitor here. Just in case, it's probably better to let a more neutral party handle things.
Ah, hello there. I hope I'm not interrupting. My friend and I are looking for an elderly man who's gone missing around these parts. Any chance I could ask you a couple of questions?
Oh, a missing person, huh? Sure. What do you want to know?
I'm just wondering if you've seen him. Let me give you the details.
So, a silver-haired guy in a long robe, culture type with thoughtful eyes, and he's...
Is that Cephas?
He'd stand out like a sore thumb around here.
Yeah, sounds like the kind of guy we'd remember if we saw him.
He's looking behind me.
Uh-oh. That guy's looking our way.
Your friend over there stands out a lot, too.
Sino or me?
Aren't you Sino, the General Mahamatra?
Yes, that's me.
Sino.
You don't
Okay.
seem surprised that I recognized you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, you're the one looking for the old man who's gone missing, aren't you?
I have a bad feeling about this guy.
Someone's on edge. You don't trust me much, do you?
We,
No
we
need to
just
hide it.
met.
I understand why you're wary of us. Still, you came to us asking for help. Do you want it or not?
I thought you were a group of merchants. Seems I was mistaken.
Your henchmen don't look like much, but something tells me they put up a better fight than most mercenaries.
Hey, hear that, guys? You're my henchman now.
Suits me, as long as I get paid for it. Just cut to the chase already. I'm running out of patience.
You're an NPC, you're not gonna do
alright.
anything, buddy.
Come with me. All of you.
Where?
Don't you want to find your friend? Silver-haired, long
we're not
robe,
really
culture type with
friends.
thoughtful eyes? Sounds like there's a whole other side to Cyrus I didn't know about.
So you know where he is?
Just follow me. I'll take you to him.
I should warn you, if you try to imprison me, I can teleport. Which I never actually use, despite the fact that it's perfectly canon. Because Catherine references it multiple times.
And here.
What? Where are you looking? There's nothing here.
Please?
And this is the part where he drowns us in sand.
Whoa, something's coming out of the ground!
Fortress of Meripede. To be fair, in the Fortress of Meripede, we were there intentionally.
What is this enormous building doing here?
And how was it so well hidden? King Deshret's technology?
Yeah, I just mean like when the Traveler gets trapped in the domain with Bennett.
Who are you guys
And
really?
stuff like that.
Is this the Temple of Silence? So you're a member?
All good questions. There'll be plenty of time to address them later.
Tonari, I think we have to kill this guy. Yeah, or the chasm
It's not what
quest.
Paimon was expecting to find in the desert, especially not hidden right next to an oasis.
With the chasm, I can see it not working.
Paimon's scared.
King or the Traveler staying there because of their friends and not wanting to leave them behind. But there's multiple times where the Traveler gets stuck and they're just not, but they just kind of stay anyway.
Professor?
I just hope for your sake you haven't done anything you might regret.
Me too. Hope I haven't done anything to incur your wrath.
Paimon teleports with us, yeah, because Paimon's a freak of nature. She was freaking out like she was stuck there forever. Well, Paimon's not the brightest. She's a guide and not a genius. I just blew out the missions thing came back. Imagine if that was how it canonically went and everyone else is just freaking out and the Traveler just disappears and comes back. Hey guys, I just had to go visit the Adventurers Guild. What? Talk to the mysterious person, there's nobody here. There's just silence. Sure, I know you're at the time, but I need to do my dailies real quick. Yeah, do you want to hear a really stupid theory? Here. Yeah. Dansleif and the Jester both have a mask, but if you look at Dansleif's mask, it kind of looks like half of the Fatui NPC's mask. Henceforth, he is the 10th Harbinger, and he made Sandron, because Sandron's a robot, and you know who else is a robot? Enfna. And you know what Enfna mentions in Hedrick Marketing? Conria. And you know who else is from Conria? It's Dansleif. Therefore, Dansleif made Sandron, and is the 10th Harbinger. Dansleif made Sandron. It was hard to put the pieces together. Does that make any real semblance of sense? No, not at all. Am I going to keep saying it as if I believe it to be real? Yes.
Alright, you can wait here for now. I'll inform our leader that you've arrived at the Temple of Silence. Sit tight until he comes to greet you.
I am not sitting down, especially not for someone
He's
with
just
your
gonna leave
hair.
us here unattended? Maybe we're not being kidnapped after all.
Again,
They can't
Paimon,
have been at
we
the
physically
Oasis
can't
by
get
chance.
kidnapped.
They were waiting for us. Whoever the leader is here, they were obviously counting on us showing up.
I see. Why?
So this is the Temple of Silence. After leaving
tell
the
me.
rainforest, They hid themselves here?
There's a poem that wasn't released.
Coming back.
Don't worry.
Lore.
Someone will come and call for you soon.
What's your name?
Tell me what to call you, or I'm going to call you the McBagel Man without any bagels.
Sorry, guess I was so delighted to see you, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is
What's up?
Sethos.
No, your
I'll be
name is
here if you need
Bagel
me,
Man
but
without any
I'm
bagels
not planning on
now.
answering all of your questions. Other than that, you can occupy yourselves however you see fit.
So we're free to explore by ourselves.
Yep. I mean, I'm not worried about you running off. Cyrus is here. And unless I've misunderstood, you're all quite anxious to see him again.
He's right.
I don't like this guy.
Well, if we've got some time, we might as well take a look around.
I'm sure he's a fine, and well-meaning individual. I just don't like being kept in the dark. Wait for a bit and talk for everyone. Hi, Mr. Bagel Man without no bagels.
Have you got some time
It's
to
like the only
chat?
place he shows up so far.
Although, I'm assuming by chat, you mean you have questions for me?
So you got a lot of
I
people
don't
asking you
blame- not
questions?
often. The Temple of Silence is a place of quiet and solitude. We don't get too many visitors.
You're the one who tricked her, okay?
Yes, that was me. Although, tricked is a stretch. He was asking everyone in the tavern about ways to make some easy money. He insisted that nothing was off the table, even if it broke the law. So, I told him that Cyrus had embezzled a large sum of mora from the desert.
So you framed Cyrus for a crime that he did not commit?
No. That's not entirely true. Let me jog your memory. The letter just said that he had uncovered Cyrus's secret. It didn't say
Did you tell him
what
to use that word?
Of course. Uraka was a great accomplice, really. Very cooperative with a little bit of wine in him. Did exactly what he was told. And not much of an original.
Why did Cyrus leave for the desert as soon as he received the letter?
You'll have to ask him that one yourself. Certain things I can't answer for him. I'm neither judging nor defending him. All you need to know is that he recognized our emblem, and it was his own choice to take the bait.
Do you know Sina?
What kind of question is that? He's the General Mahamatra. Everyone in Sumeru knows who he is.
Right, but back at the Oasis, you can't have known who he was for
Even
sure.
the one
You wouldn't
in
have
Mondstadt
asked him.
Library?
So, what we're really asking is, have you never seen him in
Your
person
favorite
before?
Arkland quest so
I've lived in the
far?
desert my whole life. Guess you could say...
Honestly, they all
I've never
entertained
had
me,
the pleasure.
but this is most definitely
I
recency
don't feel like this
bias,
guy's
but
not
I'm
being
going
straight
to
with
say
us.
Natlin.
Come on. We've only just met.
I like them all.
If I give you all the answers up front, you'll have nothing left to look forward to.
I kinda don't care for anything you or your people have to say.
Nope. Not once.
Really?
I have no need to go there. Not when the taverns are full of the Urakas of this
Entertained for
world.
me was the People Genshin.
Besides, we're well aware of what goes on.
I was
in this place.
entertained in Fontaine, I just really hate Act 3. Yeah, so I refuse to go there. Sorta. Are you saying you have spies inside the city?
Spies? It's not as clandestine as that. The city gates are wide open. Anyone's free to walk in. You can find out all you need to know.
Spies was my favorite
just by
Arkland
walking
quest.
around town and hearing the word on the street.
Yeah, no, I'm done with you.
Mm-hmm.
Spy of a Fontaine. Yeah, Act 5 was fun. Was a little bit confused. It was by a ginormous boat. It flying, but other than that. That's when at the end of the dance and blood actually made me tear up. It was crazy. Yeah. I think by the time I was at Act 5 of Fontaine, I just wanted to do bedtime story.
I never imagined that the true Temple of Silence would be hidden somewhere like this. We've passed through these parts before, but never noticed anything.
That's King
You've
Deshret's
never
technology
noticed
for you, I
anything.
guess. It borders on the miraculous.
3 times I actually hit, I
Amazing to think
Genshin.
that it's been preserved intact all this time.
We should be wary.
Yeah, I'm
of our
very
hosts.
emotional, so I think I've
Still,
cried in
at
almost
this
every
point,
Arkham
We
quest.
can be confident that the professor is safe and sound, so that's something.
Oh, a door's opening.
Ah, here he is.
Yeah, after the Cloud Retainer story quest, I asked my mother to not turn into a bird. It's my biggest fear, my loved ones turning into birds, and it's all Cloud Retainer's fault.
Grandfather, the person you wish to see is here.
Well done, Sethos.
Now, your
Greetings,
grandfather's
one and
old.
all. I am Ba Moon, the current leader of the Temple of Silence. I know why you are here, and I thank you for your patience. Bring him out.
Professor!
Cyrus, are you okay?
I'm going to take that as a
Watch
no.
what you're doing!
Oh, my apologies. We have no intention of causing you distress. But you must understand, Cyrus is of great importance to us. We had to find a way to bring him back to us.
Okay, so you're
Cyrus
evil.
owes me his life, and to the Temple of Silence, he owes a debt of gratitude. I let him go a long time ago, but now, the time has come to demand payment.
I wanted to end my feud with this old bag of bones before you caught up with me. But you got here so quickly.
Yeah, we've got a habit of doing that.
Leave, Sino. This is a matter between us 2 old men.
I
You're
am
too young to
older
get
than
involved.
all of you.
So that's
Come
why
on,
you
Aqua.
didn't want to report the letter. You'd made up your mind to come here from the beginning. You only left in such a hurry to try and throw us off your trail.
Some things in life catch up with you, no matter what you do. You shouldn't have come. That alone brought the others.
To be fair, we weren't
Sino
intentional.
didn't make us do anything. We came here for the same reason he did. To rescue you. We'd appreciate you telling us the truth. Otherwise, it seems a little unfair on everyone who had to stay behind.
My
Yeah.
secrets are secret for good reason. Bringing them to light can only lead to misfortune.
I am the
You're
witness!
afraid, aren't you? You can't bring yourself to speak of your past deeds to the students you nurtured as if they were your own children. You recognized our emblem because for many years you lived among us. Indeed, you all but became one of us. You knew as soon as you saw the letter that we, not Uraka, were the ones speaking to you.
I love how we can't
It
drink even
threatened
though we
you
were
only
alive.
because you know what
Great,
you
great, great,
did.
great, great
Your own
grandparents were
guilt
alive.
convicted you. For you, Cyrus, are a
To be
traitor.
fair, I think that's only a
You once
Mondstadt
shared
thing.
your learning with us, and joined
And
us
I'm
in
not
our
sure
mission to
we've tried
revive the
anywhere
might
else.
of Hermanubis, to bring new hope,
We probably
new
have, and I've just
opportunity.
missed it
But
because
then
I
you betrayed us.
way too much dialogue
You
in this
bargained
game.
for your independence with your past contributions, and then you left, taking with you Hermanubis'
I don't know, Natlan
might
seems like
and
the kind of
wielder
place
of
to
his
give a traveler
power.
alcohol.
We both know what I said to you that day. That as the leader, I grant you permission
Or just
to leave.
purely
But
because
that one day, the sands of time will
of
catch
their
up with
role.
you. And when that day comes, you must pay the price you owe.
You really know how to hold a grudge.
Can I switch to Amber and just shoot him
and
already?
the wielder of his power?
Does he
I
mean
probably
you?
did with Sally. Yeah.
Professor, anything to say?
The moon is right. I came here once before. But now I know why. It was a mistake. I should have listened to you.
What?
What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? What? He rescued me from the brink of death once, many years ago in the desert. When he learned that I was a scholar, he invited me to come here and revive the might of Hermanubis together. It was a great, daring plan, and one shrouded in secrecy. The Temple of Silence had been bereft of Hermanubis for too long.
Heard that name before, but I don't know where it's from in Egyptian mythology.
Were waning. Bamoon proposed that we implant bar fragments, shards of Hermanubis, into the bodies of...
Sir, I need to know where I heard that
suitable
name
vessels.
from.
If the experiment was successful, the spirit of Hermanubis would then dwell within the vessel.
Oh, Nahida.
Many believers volunteered themselves for the experiment. But we soon discovered that the bodies of grown adults could not withstand Hermanubis' power. In the end, Bamoon offered his own adoptive grandson. One other child was identified as a suitable vessel.
I mean, this is where Sonic gets his
His
force
parents
stuff.
agreed to release him into our custody in exchange for a small fortune. These two children were our only hope for hosting Hermanubis' power.
For many years, the Temple of Silence had been in possession of 2 Ba fragments from Hermanubis. As remnants of his raw power, they were exceedingly rare treasures. The test subjects were sent into a room that had been prepared for the ceremony, and instructed to approach the Ba fragments, whose power had been amplified. If, after some time, this power did not repel them, this would mean that they were suitable vessels. The original plan was for a 3-stage experiment: resonance, implantation, and recovery and observation. The resonance stage went quite smoothly for both candidates. As the 2nd stage began, I realized a decision had to be made. Should we implant the fragments one at a time? This would allow us to monitor the results after the first round and adjust our plan accordingly. Or alternatively, we could implant each fragment in a different vessel at the same time and compare their effects. But as I was deliberating, both Ba fragments suddenly became active. They glowed with a light we had never seen before. I knew that if they were not implanted right away, they would disintegrate and be gone from the world for good.
Good.
Our 2 vessels had both displayed great promise by successfully resonating with the fragments. Under the circumstances, the thought of implanting both fragments into the same vessel seemed out of the question. To preserve our faith and our power, we implanted each of them with a single fragment.
Ultimately, I ended the experiment and left, taking one of the children with me.
In recognition of your past contributions, I chose not to send someone to hunt down and kill you both. Your lives were spared, but I have paid a great price for your betrayal ever since. I have always wanted to see you, Cyno. Losing you and your Ba fragment...
Well, I didn't really give a fuck that you people have been in decline.
We've been in decline ever since you left.
I see. So that's how I gained my power.
Look, in essence, I borrowed your Ba fragment for a decade or so. And now you are seeking justice. If you want to take my life, then so be it. I'm an old man now anyway. But you cannot lift a finger against Cyno. He is the General Mahamatra. Your actions would be seen as a declaration of war against the Academia.
I'm sure you don't remember anymore, dear Cyno, but you've met us all before. You were so young then, when we all gathered around and celebrated the revival of our Lord. You and he, Sethos, you were our final hope.
You just sound like a bunch of fucking insane idiot cultists.
As a follower of Hermanubis, I have allowed this power to remain in the rainforest for far too long. Now, it is time to reclaim it.
That
Yeah, none
power
happening.
is not yours to reclaim. Cyno was chosen by the gods. You cannot take what they have bestowed.
Tainara, you have a bird, just shoot him
Cyno
already.
was chosen, but he was not the only one. My child, Sethos, has the same gift as he.
So those are your terms for freeing the professor?
Despise me all you want. My sins are my own. The Temple of Silence is an innocent party. It is because of my foolishness all those years ago that the Temple's glory
I
has
hope this
waned.
place blows up.
And now I must take responsibility for the decision I made back then.
So what you're saying is, the power of one Ba fragment is not enough? You're asking me to return the one in my possession, so it can be implanted in him instead?
Divine
That'll
power
kill him.
causes great suffering to those who wield it. How do you know that Sethos would be able to withstand it?
He is no longer a small child. But regardless, this burden is ours to bear. And your objections mean little given that you turned your back on us long ago.
Cyno, walk away.
Both my heart and mind are telling me that what you are proposing is a terrible idea.
It's a complete terrible idea.
Don't
They're gonna.
listen to him,
It's going to
Cyno.
kill his grandson because it's an idiot.
It's no more yours to give than it is his to take. You have to understand.
I know.
Yeah, there's also that.
But if this is a question of your freedom versus a fragment of power, then there is nothing to debate.
Sorry to interrupt, but in my view, there are a number of contentions here that still need addressing. Say that Cyno refuses to return his power, and you also refuse to release Cyrus. Then, we are at an impasse. I find it hard to believe that you went to all this effort without planning for that possibility. You're trying to gauge where we stand while keeping your remaining cards close to your chest. Well, my stance is, put the rest of your cards on the table.
Thank
Then
you
we can
for
have a
finally
discussion.
doing your job, Tainara.
Wait, those ears. So, we have a descendant of the Valukashuna in our midst. Splendid.
I'm gonna Veluka Shuna fuck you up.
Fate smiles upon us after all. Everything we have longed for, Hermanubis will provide. Perhaps this very day we...
Can you just die from coughing already so we can all go home? Got another 7 story quests after this fuckaroo.
Why is he coughing so much? He looks like he's in really bad shape.
Bernard's position is critical. He must have been forcing himself to act strong. Like I said, let's just shoot him and leave. Trying to finish all the story quests the other day. His eyesight must be failing him too, otherwise he would have noticed her nose ears wide away.
Moon, you...
Take our leader back to his room.
Sethos, you must...
Grandfather, I know what you wish to say. Leave this in my hands.
I'm gonna shoot you with a
I don't like to drag out conversations, so I'll just cut to the chase. Had Cyrus not stopped the experiment all those years ago, the plan would most likely have been a success. The wisdom of Hermanubis would have been ours.
I don't
Still,
care.
It's no use talking about what-ifs. We cannot change the past.
I still
not
don't
like my
care.
grandfather. The Temple of Silence has a grand legacy and a sacred duty to fulfill. So it's somewhat inevitable for the leader to have an inflated sense of self. But I see things a little differently. I don't believe the temple has the same stature that it once did. Time has worn away at its prestige and changed things almost beyond recognition. So I'm not going to force your hand. You're all free to leave. Except for Cyrus. My grandfather gave him his chance once. And now I'm giving the rest of you yours.
You have courage and wise judgment, kid. Reminds me a lot of Bamoon in his younger years.
I think it's really funny that people think they can lock me up.
I truly wish that the temple would take an objective look at the academia of today. You've been to the city yourself. I'm sure you've seen that much has changed for the better, and things will only continue to improve. Why not consider cooperating with the academia once more?
If you hadn't betrayed my grandfather, I might well be open to persuasion. But it's a bit too late for that now, Cyrus.
Is it really a betrayal if you're saving a
Tighnari made
child?
good point earlier. He said there has to be more to your plan than this, and I agree. All you and Ba Moon are after is the Ba fragment. The professor will accept whatever fate you deem fit for him out of a sense of guilt. I am the one who has a choice to make. And that's how it was always going to be. Ultimately, you want to trade the Ba fragment for the professor, correct?
I'm glad to see you're giving it some serious consideration.
I won't
He
forsake
just
my
needs
professor.
a bigger stuff in his pants.
Nor do I intend to
They didn't
run
even
from
go
a
near his
problem that I
heels.
must face sooner or later.
I don't think I've noticed that.
Give me one night to make my decision.
That works. Then I'll be waiting to hear your verdict, Sino. Oh, my grandfather still has a fair few things he wants to say to Cyrus, so I'll be escorting him back now.
You're a coward, all of you.
Are you sure about negotiating with him?
I need to think this through. Everyone, let's meet again later tonight. Until then, take some time for yourself.
And by that, do you mean we need to go fill in the others?
Pressure on yourself, Sino. If you need any help working things out, just come and find us.
This isn't a demand. So then what the hell? Right, where are we waiting to? Waiting until night time. Alright, strange yellow sparkles lead the way. You know, my question is, these things have lore, surprisingly enough. So do the Fates and Stardust and Resin. Does this weird yellow sparkle thing have lore? What are they? Is this my fate? The group gathers of the agreed time.
I've taken some time to reflect on this. If I had to guess, Professor Cyrus came to the desert knowing that he would almost certainly never return. He's a stubborn man who tends to double down when he feels strongly about something. We won't get anywhere trying to convince him to escape.
I agree. My master Nephis says the same thing.
If it's
Once
ancient, it
Cyrus
has
makes up
lore.
his mind about something, he won't
You know
listen
the
to
yellow
reason.
trail that leads you to the quest
So
objective?
that's one thing. A few other things come to mind too. You've heard all you need to hear about the Temple of Silence. So on that, I don't have
I
anything
have to
add.
wait another
My own
28
memories of this
days
place
before
are
I can
hazy.
do the new Archon quest.
Probably
My
something to
life
do
is
with the
pain.
overpowering presence of the Ba fragments.
That's a lie, but still.
That
Except
might explain
Alloy.
why I suffered from constant headaches and fevers as a child. I do remember having some fleeting moments of profound emotion when vague
Well, she gives
images would
birthday
appear in my
mail.
mind. But I don't recall much. Only
Weirdly
bits and
enough.
pieces. I was still young then, and all I could understand was that there was a strong will inside my mind. Thinking back on it now, I suppose it was Herm Anubis' way of trying to encourage me, even if we couldn't communicate. The power that came to inhabit my spirit was probably one of the cornerstones of their whole faith.
Play when she came out, so I
if
couldn't
the
get
will
her.
and might of
Sam.
Herm Anubis is a real, intangible thing, and they are its rightful worshippers, then
You're not gonna give in to their demands, are you? Surely there has to be another
There
way.
must be another way.
I have no intention of returning it. I need this power to protect Sumeru, But the temple has the right to make the final decision over its fate, since it belongs
When
to
did
one
you
of the seven
when
pillars
it
of
came out
King
on
Deshret.
Xbox?
So I will challenge them head on, and win the right to wield this power for myself, fair and square.
This reminds me of something Alhaitham mentioned to me just before we left. He said that the Temple of Silence was originally founded by the ruling
When was
elite
that?
of
I
the
don't
day.
remember. November 2024.
Traditionally, such organizations are bound by a strict and ancient code of nobility. Kaveh has made similar observations about the desert tribes from his work trips there. He says many of them have their own internal rules. They talk about the importance of never dishonoring their tribal bonds, or the rules laid down by their ancestors. I think we could turn that to our advantage. Go back to them with a proposal of our own.
Wow, and just like that, we've turned the tables on them.
Well, no,
Looks
because
like
they
we
can
have the
hear
same
us.
idea. Turn it back on them now while we still can, in terms that they cannot refuse.
Sounds
Great.
good.
And I know just how to start the conversation. Let's go find Sethos. We'll tell him that I know a thing or two about medicine and would like to take a look at his grandfather's condition.
We took loudly in the enemy's base, expecting them not to know our plan. Oh. Okay. So you started 5.1? Yeah. Does it tell me when I obtain this guy? It doesn't mention the date you obtain them. Or is that just not a thing on here? Hmm. 1.4. Interest. Go to the timeline menu. Of a character archive. The 11th of the 22nd. The 22nd of the 11th. I'm Australian, that's not how we write dates here. Took me a whole day to get Kaya and Lisa. I think I got this guy like right after doing his story quest. One day. We're gonna talk to Cephas and yell at him. And these guys do. Do you look into the only two standard characters I don't have? Funny, those are the only two standard characters I have.
Sethos, let's talk.
Speak to me, boy, without
Have
bagels.
you made up your mind?
We'll get to that,
Not
but
using one
first, I
just
have
come
some
out
degree
fun.
of medical training, so I was wondering if you might let me take a look at your grandfather?
I have no objections, although we do have our own doctors here. I doubt you'll be able to tell us anything we don't already know.
You misunderstand, that's Tenere.
Only one way to find out.
Follow me. Keep your voices down. We don't want to disturb him.
Yeah. Eric takes out his medical kit and performs basic medical exam.
Let's talk outside. Bamoon has fallen into a deep coma, and his prognosis is quite grave. I'm sure that your physicians have come to the same conclusion. He appears to have sustained a serious injury in his youth, which has been exacerbated over the years by the heavy burden of work and now by the effects of old age. Regretfully, I must inform you that, based on what I've seen with patients in a similar condition, he doesn't have long left. A few days at most.
Yeah. I've known for a long time.
You're his heir, aren't you? You clearly have a lot of respect for the man. but you also see things differently. You have a broader range
Yeah.
of concerns and a more pragmatic approach. So tell me how we can end this on your terms. Let's find a way to bring all this to a resolution while Bamoon is still alive to see it. That's what really matters to you. I know it.
Yeah, there's no time to waste here. You know that better than anyone.
You know, the two of you are actually in a very similar predicament right now. Both of you have a very different perspective from the men who raised you.
Right. And you didn't create this situation. They did, but somehow you've ended up having to make the tough decisions.
You're right. We both look at this problem very differently than the people we inherited it from. I accept, Sino. This all began because of Hermanubis. So let's end it with the rite he himself created. Legend has it that when Hermanubis first arrived in Tuletula, he sparred with the city's residents. He and his two companions proved their mettle by fighting over several days, winning the support
I don't know, I kind of prefer this poem, I'm not gonna lie.
That group of supporters
Eh.
were some of the first members of the Temple of Silence, and the sparring matches
I'm gonna
were
be honest.
enshrined as one of our founding
I'm not
rites,
smart enough to tell a
the
difference.
rite of duels. It's where it all began.
Sounds very fitting. I'm in.
As a fellow vessel of Hermanubis, your ties to the Temple of Silence run deep. So I will permit you to participate in this rite, along with your chosen companions.
Because I already got used to this
3
one.
against
Makes
3.
sense.
Sounds good.
However, I have some additional terms. As the challengers, you must win all 3 of your fights to win. And Sino, both
That
of
has a
us
little lower
must
tone
put
and
our
more
Ba
accented.
fragment on the line.
Ah.
The winner takes them both.
Kinda sounds like
Letting
Pinkie
Cyrus
Pie.
leave with one of the Ba fragments was a mistake, made by my grandfather out of pity. It is a long-standing issue that must be addressed for the Temple of Silence to move forward. I can make no concessions on that front.
None needed. We're on the same page. If I win, the Temple of Silence must release Cyrus, and consider this past dispute resolved. If you win, I'll return my power to you.
It's a deal. Then let's meet at the ceremonial hall tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock.
What's with these quests and going, yeah, let's wait. You get 24 hours.
Well,
That seems
after how
pretty
that
good.
went, there's definitely no turning back now.
Yeah.
There never was. Turning back hasn't been an option for me since the moment the professor slipped away to return to the desert.
You have to win. You need this power, both as General Mahamatra and for yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Besides, it stayed with you ever since you were a small child. Surely that's a sign it thinks of you as its rightful owner.
Both as General Mahamatra and for myself. Yeah, when you put it that way. I've had to overcome a lot to tame this power and claim it for myself. Not everyone could have done that.
Exactly.
Let's not get sidetracked, we gotta focus
The
on
Traveler
winning.
and I will never lose.
And neither shall I.
I'm glad to have your
The
confidence,
desert
buddy.
was home to an ancient and great civilization that, for a variety of reasons, fell out with the civilization of the rainforest. It's just as Dia said. Prejudice has pushed people apart. But there must be personal
pathetic?
factors at work here too. I can't shake the feeling that Bamoon cares for many more things than he lets on. And I don't think that Sethos is any kind of villain. He's just doing what he thinks is best. Tomorrow.
He might not be a villain,
Everything
but
will
as
be
an
resolved.
antagonist, or he may perish. What was that quest called? What is Sage of Sages? Wait, when am I going to? Morning. I going the right way? Yes. I wonder how many hours of my life were wasted because of this dang clock. Real.
We gather on this day to perform once more the rite of duels, with the greatest of all
What am I in
sages,
leeway?
Lord Hermanubis is our witness, for his power and authority is present in our midst. This is our most sacred of ceremonies, and no disruption from the audience shall be tolerated. It is incumbent upon all to observe the duel with the utmost respect and reverence throughout the proceedings. Representing the Temple of Silence, the Defenders.
Grandfather, you're here.
Traveler, you're here.
A rite of duels after all these years. I am surprised by your decision, Zethos.
I know what I'm doing, Grandfather. Just leave it to me.
Representing the Academia, the Challengers.
Ready.
Why do I look
We
so
will fight
smug?
to have our voices heard.
Warriors, take your positions and decide on the order of battle. We come not to debate what brings our challengers here, nor...
Let me go first.
Are you sure?
I'm sure we want to keep our
I agree.
morale up.
He's very strong. Sending him out first will definitely intimidate the opposing side.
Okay.
Not because I
then
can
you're second.
do several
Sure.
elements once.
We have decided.
So have we. Let's begin.
Duelists of the first bout, please step forward.
I got a silver sword. Leave it to me. See, first fight's all free. Free one by one.
Don't forget, safety first! Hey, you there! You better play nice with him or Paimon will make you regret it!
2 on
Too
1.
much chatter from the audience over there.
It's not the audience. This is my surprise attack. I'm gonna resonate with me an element to make it challenging. At least pick one I'm not good at.
Swift
This,
end to
your
the
first
first
teammates
bout.
were fun guy.
I now invite the duelists of the second bout to please step forward. When you're both ready, you may begin.
Let's begin.
Watch out!
Why are they so confident?
He drank plenty
These
of
guys
vodka
are
for the
cheating
fight, so we should be fine.
and are losing. Kind of hilarious, now that I think about it. Look what you need to mimic a fraction. The principal cast. I'm sorry, were you trying to do something there? Buckaroo. Instruments with fungi and robots.
Thus ends the second bout. We will now move to the third bout. Duelists, please step forward.
Cutscene
I'm ready.
time.
So am I.
This is the final stage of the rite. I remind you both that the terms you agreed upon in advance are binding. When you're both ready, you may
I'm on
begin.
Sana. Beat this guy up. He's annoyed me.
I am Sethos, vessel of Hermanubis,
I
grandson of
don't
Mamun, the leader
care.
of the Temple of Silence. For many years, we have kept our covenant with Lord
Blah
Hermanubis
blah blah
by
blah blah
guarding
blah
the
blah blah
secrets
blah
of
blah
King
blah
Deshret.
blah blah blah.
And even in our darkest hour, when we could not see a way forward, we chose not to abandon hope, but to embark on a brave new experiment so that we might prevail. We earnestly sought Lord Hermanubis' wisdom and power, longing to see his spirit and his light descend upon us. Now, I will fight to become the rightful wielder of that power.
I am Sino, General Mahamatra.
Do
of the
these guys
Academia,
think they're in a
student and
Shogun or
successor
something?
of Cyrus, the sage of Spantamad. I fight in defense of my power.
Hello, we're not
my
in a
professor,
battle anime. You
and
can
my nation. And you.
chop chop.
I think you
Cut
left
to it.
some things unsaid. This is a sacred duel, and Hermanubis is watching. So bare your soul.
Everyone, old and young, fit and frail, they're all waiting to see how this duel will end. My
Am
grandfather
I playing a video
was
game or
wise
watching
leader.
an anime?
He is also known to be a ruler who is not afraid to get blood on his hands. I understand his beliefs well, and I know what he expects of me. But our faith has held us back for too long. After I grew up, I went to the rainforest once, and I saw for myself the people of the city. Times have changed. The people of Sumeru are happier and more free now than in the past. I thought about this as I stood at one of the tallest points in the city, gazing down at the streets below. Then I thought of you, Sino.
You're about to say, yeah, about his sad
You and I
background.
both wield the same power. But the lives we lead could not be more different.
And then the episode ends.
Each Ba fragment of Hermanubis stands for something different. Might, glory, and one of many other secrets that have yet to be revealed. I once thought that the nature of our fragments must be what makes us so different from one another. But maybe it's that you've found your answer, and I am still searching for mine.
I am more than just a warrior. I am my own person.
Exactly.
The name Hermanubis has left its mark on both of us, shaped the course of our
I swear
lives.
this song is on loop.
We are his vessels.
There's no way this is building up,
And
is
yet
there?
we are more besides. So show me your answer, Sino. Show me I can be more than my faith. More than the power I wield.
Music just
Show me
stops.
the person I can become. Bring it on!
Finally! Violence!
That's all you've got? What happened to searching for your answer?
Oh, that's a problem.
fight's over. Do you yield?
Green one.
You won.
Yeah. But what were
Well
you
then.
expecting?
Looks like you found your answer.
All that yapping for
His
a
glory to
1-minute
you.
fight.
I've seen that light. That is the light of our Lord, the great Hermanubis, priest over all other priests. His spirit dwells within that lightning, and his
Bursting
will
light.
lives on. Once a warrior of Tynar, he emerged from the barren desert sands to serve
Tainari
the
a
god
descendant
king
of Tynar?
Al-Ahmar. After the death
No, I
of
know
the
that
god
name.
king, Hermanubis gathered his followers and the Tainarian priests and led them to the city of Tule Tula.
What do you mean there's a
There,
species called
they founded the
Tainari?
Temple of Silence.
And
And from that day
What?
forth, we became stewards of all knowledge that survived from King Deshret's civilization.
forbidden knowledge? That's not allowed.
Barely a century passed before war ravaged the desert. One by one, Eremite leaders took up arms against each other in battles that would devour what little remained of their civilization. Only the wise city of Tule Tula was spared under the guiding hand of the Tainarians. But peace did not last. Coveting the knowledge of King Deshret, the beasts set their eyes on Tule Tula. The king of Gurabad laid siege to the city and ordered the sages to
Is this meant
surrender
to
to
be
him
the
the Temple of
Library
Silence
of
as
Alexander?
proof of his victory. The ruling elite colluded with their oppressors, betraying the temple so as to hold on to their rule over the city. They declared that the knowledge guarded by the temple
Wondrous
was the true
signature.
cause of corruption. These were dark days, and we faced enemies on all sides. Our Lord had long since exhausted his strength, keeping the forbidden knowledge introduced by King Deshret at bay. To ensure the temple's continued survival, he broke his being into many pieces and began the ceremony of Hermanubis' legacy, bestowing his power upon his mortal followers. With this power,
He made
the
a
temple was
Tainari?
able to defeat the tyrant's army. Yet, we were not hailed as heroes. Strange and unfamiliar as this power was, it struck fear into the people's hearts and drove them to reject us.
Hey, it kind of looks like Silent
In the
Tainari and
end,
Seafarers.
The people of the temple and the Tule Tula Tainarians left the city for good and made their way to the rainforest. What followed next was inevitable. The elite of Tule Tula fell and were decimated. War engulfed the desert. And we wandered from place to place, always in hiding, all the while keeping close watch over our secrets and staying true to our mission. Betrayal forced us out of the desert and into the forest. Then mistrust drove us from the forest into the desert once more. We have lived in exile for far, far too long. Yet, today, the Temple of Silence has borne witness to the glory of Hermanubis once more. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, that was anticlimactic.
How is it? Do you feel okay?
Yeah.
Grandfather.
I mean, I feel bad for seafarers, but I do not feel bad for that guy.
Hey,
Why am I
Sephiroth.
paying my
You'll get
respects?
through this.
I
know.
have none.
I'll miss him.
I am so sorry for your loss. But at least yours is actually dead.
I guess you were
And
prepared
you know,
for this.
you know where he
It's been a long
is.
time coming, huh?
Yeah, he's been on death's door for.
And you haven't
a
become
very
an
long
errand
time.
boy of every god you run
I think
into.
it was only through sheer willpower that he managed to hold on to this point. At least he was able to see this chapter come to a close before he passed.
What's next for you?
Per my grandfather's last wishes, the Temple of Silence should submit to whoever possesses the largest number of Hermanupis fragments. That entitles you to be our new leader.
Welcome to the mantra.
But that's never going to work, as I'm sure you realize. I'm the General Mahamatra.
Just make them elite.
needed
Just
back
make them a
at the
unit of the
Academia.
Matrachma.
I did foresee this possibility, and I gave it some thought. The fact is, I know next to nothing about the staff, records, and environment here. As such, I am ill-suited to be your leader. Sethos, I believe the honor should go to you. Were it not for this duel, or indeed if you had other intentions, the Ba fragments would most likely be in your hands by now. I'm sure Bamun never meant for anyone but you to be his successor.
You really think so?
I do.
Still, I didn't think Bamun looked very surprised by the final result. Perhaps he had an inkling that this would be the way things end.
Well, in any case, since the Ba fragments are with me now, I guess I can call the shots. Sethos, I would like you to succeed Bamun as the new leader of the Temple of Silence. You are more suited to the role than I, and I have complete faith that you will be an excellent leader. Just think of it as doing me a favor.
But doesn't that render everything that we've been through up to now meaningless?
Yeah, because it
No,
was.
This experience has allowed us to become friends, which means that the Academia and the Temple of Silence will become partners once more.
Well, I mean, there's
That's a
that
much
too,
bigger
but
deal than you might think, Sethos. You said yourself, times
yeah,
have
that's Sumeru in
You have to
politics.
believe that things
I'm
can change
the
for the better
Adventurers
here at the
Guild.
temple,
I'm
too.
like immune to
I will
politics. I think.
To be honest,
I mean, not in
couldn't ask for a
Chisinaya, but we're
better
not going to Chisinaya, but going to
Naturally.
Nordpria.
Part of me wonders whether Bamun's intentions from the very beginning was just to create enough pressure to force us towards a duel. That way, no matter who won, one of us would have to surrender our Ba fragment, and the power of Hermanubis would be concentrated in one single person. Had you won, the Temple
Well,
of Silence would
Nordpria
have
is
doubled
good.
its strength.
I
And
have
were
faith.
to win, he correctly anticipated that I wouldn't suddenly drop everything to become the leader of the temple, much less integrate the temple into the Academia by
I mean,
force.
Valka will be
He
there.
knew that the temple's future would depend
And
not
also
just on the
Terma's
guidance of
mother.
Hermanubis, but the support of the Academia too. So he made it his responsibility to ensure his successor would be free from the burdens of the past. His plan meant that whoever ended up succeeding him, they would have an easier time interacting with the Academia. With one single letter, he lured out the professor. No matter what happened after that, it would result in a net benefit to the temple.
And here I thought that General Mahamatra wouldn't care for all these trivial details. You're
I
absolutely
mean, it's kind of
right.
his job to care now.
Grandfather and I considered this from every angle. We had to find a way to mend our relationship with the academia. In that sense, the right of duels was just...
Is he going to try to play it off like he lost on purpose?
Sign out. As a gesture of our gratitude, to those that you and Lesser Lord Kusanali deem worthy, I will grant the honor of access to the Temple of Silence for their pursuit of knowledge. The Temple of Silence has a wealth of information on King Deshret's civilization.
This is somehow gonna
more
include
than
me.
any other organization in existence today. In times when you need information that only we can provide, we will be here to support you. But you must be exceedingly careful with your selection of candidates, lest you lead humanity to repeat the same mistakes. By the way, Tighnari, my grandfather was so happy to see you. You are a descendant of the Veluca Shuna, and we are the heirs to the will of Hermanubis. The story goes that King Deshret chose the sage Hermanubis from among the Tighnarians and appointed him as his
Is his
familiar.
entire
He went
species
on to
called
fight many
Tighnari?
valiant battles with his Tighnarian companions. They always stood by each
I
other.
need
From the
a lot
founding
more
of the Temple of
context to
Silence
just
to the fall
name
of Tulatula.
Tighnari now.
The Tighnarians who left Tulatula
That's the only thing
joined
this
their
quest
human
has
counterparts in
done.
the rainforest. A
No.
few centuries later,
Listen,
when
purpose,
some
you
of
just
the
said
group
that no matter
returned
if
to
you
the
want to
desert,
lost, it would benefit the
many of the
temple true.
Tighnarians chose to stay and put down roots in the rainforest. In all likelihood,
Are they all
those were their
Tighnari?
ancestors.
How fascinating. My father once mentioned that I was named after the Tighnarians, but
It really
I
took you
never
that
knew
long
my
just to
forebears
mention that.
had
Thank you,
such a
Tighnari.
history with the Temple of Silence.
I like this story.
By the way, has anyone seen Cyrus?
Ah, yes, Cyrus. You'll probably find him in my grandfather's room. He wouldn't show it in front of me, but I think he still has many fond memories of my grandfather.
If it's true that you and your grandfather really planned for everything to turn out this way, then I guess he didn't really resent Cyrus as much as
Into
he
the
appeared to.
Tighnari verse. Yeah.
Who knows? Perhaps all of us. You, me, and Cyrus. We're all just pawns in my grandfather's plan to set things straight.
Are we just playing chess?
He was awful like that.
Someone's got to make the decisions when history is at a crossroads. I will make a detailed report on all of this to Lesser Lord Kusanali, and arrange for an official delegation from the Academia to come and meet you in the desert. I'm sure you'll have lots to attend to in the days ahead. But once things return to normal, please come and visit the rainforest again. You should stay for a few days this time, and start to build some relationships. If we're going to work together, both sides have to get to know one another better.
I will.
Yeah.
All right. Well, bye for now, everyone. I'll be seeing you.
See you soon. Come hang out with us anytime.
Best of luck to you, Cephas. Not sure how I feel about that guy. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to get used to him. As per the lore, how do I get there? I'm gonna finish all my story quests, and then there's just going to be Ymir. If Hanson's gonna get to Celestia, I don't want it. Your favorite story quest so far? One with the twins in it.
Thinking gallivanting off into the desert alone at your age? What if you take the bucket?
Also Ventis.
You told not a soul what you were up to, designated nobody to handle your affairs, and left everyone scrambling frantically to try and figure out how on earth to clean up the colossal mess you'd made.
Oh, please, will you stop your yelling? What other choice did I have?
What do you mean, what other choice? Do you mean to tell me that after all your years of learning, and sagehood no less, the only idea you could conjure up in that white-haired walnut of yours was to shoot off into the unknown like some hot-headed 20-year-old adventurer? A one-man suicide mission, hmm? That's the best idea that one of the finest minds of a generation could come up with, is it? It astounds me that you survived the journey, and you're lucky that Ba Moon didn't finish you off when you arrived.
All right, all right. Honestly, the way you're going off on me, it's like you wish you'd been there to lend him a hand. Does it mean nothing to you that I'm your colleague and former classmate?
I've got nothing more to say. What's the point of berating an old bag of bones?
What do you mean, bag of bones? I'm a flesh and blood hero, who despite his old age... Okay, look. Fine, I admit it, I was in the wrong. How can I make it up to you? What about, a month's work at the Academia?
1 month? Try 3.
Tighnari's master is really laying into Cyrus. Let's give them a wide berth.
Yeah, we're too young to get involved.
Professor brought this on himself. Don't pay any attention to him.
Not planning on it.
Wow, I haven't seen Master get this riled up in a long time. The last time he chewed someone out like this must have been back when I was still a student.
I think I'll go around and update everyone. Tell them the situation's resolved. Want to come with me? We can go for dinner afterwards. My treat. You in?
Makes sense. I'm in.
Free food, it's free food.
Paimon's coming too! Let's go!
Probably didn't even have to say it for at that time. This isn't following Cyno, he just disappears. Don't you remember Mondstadt when we would actually follow people? Oh, hi, Frozone.
Kale.
You're back! Well, look who we have here. Would you mind explaining to me what has been going on this past few days? I heard you all ran off into the desert and got embroiled in a major catastrophe.
All taken care of.
That does not answer my question. How could you be so careless? That goes for you as well. Yes, and you too. When you run into problems, you really ought to ask for help, you know? I've been around the block. Don't you think it would have made sense to involve me? And let's not forget, I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Now would not be a good time to attempt to argue with Farazan.
You're right.
It's not the first time that I've had to talk to you about this sort of thing either. You need to learn that there are times when the right thing to do is get a more experienced member of staff involved. Do I make myself clear?
How do you look at Kale?
Kale, please do something.
He's giving me the signal. All right. Say, Madame Farazan, I can see you're pretty upset, but, I was just wondering, remember that time you offered to give me a tour of the Academia? Does that offer still stand? Huh? Wait, did I hear that right? Kale, you remember? Wonderful. Well, of course the offer still stands. Come on. Madame Farazan will show you around the old classrooms. Poor Kale getting dragged off like that. Also, check out Farazan acting like some sort of official Academia tour guide.
Kale! Cup.
Huh? What?
What?
Oh!
It's a good time to argue. It's a good time to argue for
What
us.
do you mean, cup? You need a cup. I can get you a cup. Oh, it's nothing. Just Master's way of reminding me to stay hydrated while I'm out and about.
That's not what that means, is it?
It's code for let's reconvene at the cafe. Tighnari and I used it while we were in school, and it's become something of a family tradition now.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
It's fine, I'm gonna scream cup at me now.
2 people left. Let's bring them along too.
Here they are now, Hatham. Why would you make me go down here just to walk up? I'm not your stair walkie. Walk. These guys are still here. Is this just where they stay for the rest of the game? That would be funny. Where's the other one?
Am I hallucinating? Or do I see Kaveh and Alhaitham engaged in diligent studying?
We're just reorganizing all the books we used. Look, there's a whole mountain of them.
There's no rush. Nobody reads these books anyway. My sincere thanks to you both.
The fact you're reading them kind of
Yes,
means someone
with your
does.
help, we resolved the issue
That's
rather
enough.
swiftly and painlessly. And the outcome was better than we could have hoped for.
Sino informs O'Hara and Kaveh of everything that happened in the desert.
I see.
I can't
The
spell
Temple of Silence
dessert.
resorted to rather unique means of self-preservation. It explains how they managed to remain hidden for so many years.
And it sounds like they managed to preserve a whole load of ancient documents as well. I'd love to go check those out if I ever had the chance.
That day will come. The Temple of Silence is a hugely important organization, and we'll be sure to maintain good relations with them in the future. Now, as a token of my appreciation, I'd like to treat everyone to coffee.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds great. Although after the last few days, I don't know if I can handle another coffee. But I can just order something else.
Sure. Let's go.
Why are they called cafes and why are coffees associated with them? There's books in here.
And then the Traveler just pounced on their opponent and knocked him right out cold. Then there was Tainara.
Paimon
They
see.
put up an amazing fight too. We ended up
Paimon
winning all
stuff.
3 bouts. Whoa. Part of me wishes I'd been there to see it, but I'd have been biting my nails off worrying about you guys.
A truly edifying account of the events. Bereft of detail, but it has livened up the room all the same.
Hey, Paimon included all the juicy details. The Traveler just pounced and then waved their sword like this, then spun around and blocked.
Despite winning 3 bouts in a row, you still ceded the position of leader to him. That's very dignified of you, Sino.
Of course. Being dignified comes with being a true champion.
I got to be a champion too for once. I've not sparred much with desert folk before. It was a pretty unique experience.
The venue was pretty impressive too. Very ceremonial affair.
Huge place! It felt like something right out of an epic poem. Imagine this. It was like there was...
Maybe save that one for later, Paimon. Dessert's here.
I think that'll do me for today.
Shall we stop off at the House of Dana again before heading home? We should probably finish putting all those books back.
Well,
My thoughts exactly. See you around.
bye.
I should get going as well. See you all later. Make sure you get some good rest tonight.
Would you?
I need to go say thanks to the Core 30 for their help. Also, Sir Nephis says he wanted to introduce me to some of the Academia's work processes. So, I gotta dash too.
Bye. You kind of sound like Tails
Ollie's
from
come a long
Sonic.
way. She's much more confident at dealing with other people these days.
Yeah.
Everyone's a work in progress. You never stop learning.
Yeah, true.
That was good. It feels like everything's finally wrapped up now. Life is all about these moments when you can finally relax and hang out with good friends after a job well done. And also, those desserts Sino got, they were really good. Paimon definitely needs more of those in the future.
Yeah, let's come back again sometime.
Do you three have anything planned for the rest of the day?
Yeah.
If not, would you come somewhere with me?
Sure, where are
That's
we
a secret
going?
for now.
Okay. I think I can guess what you're talking about. It'll definitely be a nice surprise.
Well, now Paimon's cured.
What do you mean there's more? What, are we going to Nahida? Is this a story quest or an auction quest? What the hell are we doing?
Been a while since I last made my way up here.
Wow, look at this place! We're so high
We've
up!
been here before
Need
several
any help?
times. I'm actually a tree climbing champion.
As you wish.
The air climb winner has a lot.
It's a nice spot, isn't it?
What a great view! We're so high up, we can see for miles!
Traveler,
Yeah?
turn around.
It's beautiful.
This is my secret base. Somewhere I only bring my best friends. When I was a student, I used to slip away and climb up here all the time, just to clear my head. I was quite young then, and hadn't made too many friends yet. Back then, I had a lot of the same questions that Sethos was asking. Who am I? Why do I have this power? And what should I be fighting for? Our gifts help us to find our rightful place in the world.
Your main
That
and
was
certainly
my
linked to the
experience.
Temple of Silence.
You two really are like brothers.
Sifis?
I feel the same way.
Yeah, true champion now.
Of course. I see no need to be humble when it comes to the facts.
I still remember one time when we came up here to chat and do our homework. Sino accidentally dropped a fruit. Luckily, he has fast reflexes, so he caught it just in time.
That was the one and only time. Nothing will ever slip through my fingers again.
Those were good times. I kind of miss the student life.
You know, Paimon really shouldn't be able to imagine Sino doing something like that, but for some strange reason, the mental image is coming through clear as day.
Yeah.
Then make it stop. There's somebody there. It's Professor Cyrus.
I swear to God if there's more.
You guys carry on without me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Huh? Hey, you're not supposed to jump down! Be careful!
Move that move. Surely that's it. Please, for God's sake, I want my freedom back. Why even make me walk at that point?
I can't believe how stupid I look in this one.
Professor, what are you muttering to yourself about?
Sino, ha, just the man I'm looking for. Guess what I found in some old notebooks?
Some old photos?
Can you believe it? This notebook was just sitting in a pile of odds and ends in the Sage's office. I must have forgotten to take it with me, and no one's touched it since. It was still right there. I was at the Academia earlier to discuss my workload with Nephis. I swung by the old office to have a look around and just happened to cross it. Oh, time flies. Look how tiny you are in this picture. Still a kid.
You look quite young yourself in that one. Ah, it's this one. I remember that. Lisa took it, didn't she?
Yep.
Oh, Lisa mentioned.
Looks like her work, all right. Who else could have found just the right angle to make me look so unbelievably hideous?
And this one. Looks like we're both dozing off.
Oh, cheeky girl. Taking secret photos of us without our knowledge.
Is there something you'd like to say to me, Professor?
Like what? Like, these are good photos, aren't they? Hey, at moments like this, I hardly know where to begin. I can't pretend I'm a good person. Bamoon had every reason to despise me. Well, so do you if you feel the same way.
Don't be ridiculous, you old codger.
Is that not what you wanted me to say? Oh, I've dreamt of that place many times after leaving the desert. Sometimes I've dreamed that I was doing research with them again. And other times, I dream of the day they saved my life. Oh, it was one of the happiest times of my
humans
life.
have a
We
humanity.
all learned so much from
Dream
one
the
another.
dream of
You've
dreams.
matured so much over the years, I know.
Sounds like when I'm dramatic.
Since you're my professor,
Yes, sir.
I should save you some face by not calling you out on all the non-answers you just gave. So, I will do the right thing and keep my mouth shut.
Good thinking. Take your own advice next time. Seriously, why bully an old man like me? I thought heroes were supposed to be gracious. Hey, wait, how did I not notice this one earlier?
Lisa strikes again. Just how many did she take?
Who knows?
Look how cute you were when you were little. I remember how well-mannered you were back then, too.
Yeah, and look how serious and professional you used to be.
Oh, I can't compete with you anymore. First you get better than me at the deadpan jokes, and now you're besting me at those little quips, too.
Don't say that. I still have a lot of respect for you.
Oh.
That's more like it. Hey, what would you say to meeting up with Lisa again sometime?
I'd like that. Let's find a time and pay her a visit in Mondstadt.
All right, I'll add it to my schedule. Let's go next week. Wait, no. Next week is the tomato growing competition. I have got to beat Zaha Hadid.
Or you could find a real hobby, Professor.
You know what? It was worth it for the tomato jerk. Earthkeeper. Huh. I don't know where I've had that before. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what? Which of these 5 do I do? Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Magician. I can't do hers there. Dude, I'm in release order. You think I know of a release order? WR and Arancast, yeah. They are sorted in release order. Ah, okay, so linear it is then. I will be right back. Fontaine. Doing Danny fan things.
Hey, isn't that Charlotte?
I see.
Yes,
So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the
No,
Phantom Weasel?
I want to be.
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Hi, it's me, the Phantom Menace.
Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
What?
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine, known only as the Weasel.
What is the Phantom Thief, Linnea? Or is this treasure hold a law?
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday.
You find out here right now. That's like an absolute weirdo.
The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance. When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all
I remember that name from somewhere.
I squeezed through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here,
Yeah.
it's this one.
I can't read that.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now? And what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
Natsu, your favorite sax.
Oh, let him try. In fact, I'm
I'm
giving
back.
all his snacks right now. Let's see what he can do about that.
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though. Something exclusive.
Like,
Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who
What
I
time
think
is it
it
for
is?
you? 4:21 p.m. Yeah, that's Lenny doing his thing. Looks like he's performing some magic.
Magic. Magician. Caesar. The Phantom Weasel. That's it. Let's go interview Lenny.
When did we agree to this?
You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too. And what do
I'm gonna
Phantom
play
Thieves
an
and magicians
instrument
have in common? They
until
both
I
have
get
an air of
bored.
mystery about them. Perhaps
But
there's a
pretty
connection
much.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
Probably be somewhere in the middle of Lenny's story
My
quest.
journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning.
But also, the school holidays have begun for me, so I can just kind of. I need not sleep. To the Garden Thief. Alexa, silence. Stop randomly glowing in the middle of the day. It's getting creepy.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer, and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
For too confused for life out of me, because you've got members like the Doctor, and then you have Childy, Linny, Lynette, Freminette, and Arlecchino, who all seem more focused on family than anything else.
Hey, Linny?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I think
I'm
Paimon's
sure that
just...
child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand... Let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow, got it in one! Is this more of your trickery, Edward?
No, it's just Charlotte's a reporter.
No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Linny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Ah.
Huh. What are the chances?
Lynette's for Phantom Weasel?
I think he's after you, do you?
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it!
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Linny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
It's gone!
Where'd it go?
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see!
Huh? There's a rose in my face.
It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Linny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine.
Lenny, I understand this and all,
Might I presume
but
that you're
you're
well-versed
part
in floral symbolism?
of the Fatui. I don't really think you can complain about being called a thief. I'm good, how are you?
For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
You fucking bitch. Remember when Atlan and Fontaine Arcane Quest? Fatui were the best allies there. Yes, but that doesn't suddenly take away the fact that they tried to drown a nation. Although technically that was one individual. And also they gave a bunch of delusions to people. And they tried to burn a tree. Or something.
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful
Being
journalist.
part
But
of an
I'm afraid I don't know the
organization
first thing about floral symbolism.
doesn't
I'm just in the
mean
habit of using Lumidu spells in my
you're...
magic.
Being part of an organization doesn't necessarily mean that you're bad, but when you're part of a bad organization, you need to accept that people are going to call you bad, even if certain members of said organization aren't.
It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time, but it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time. But let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then.
You spend most of your time on this one, yeah.
Else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
Bye. Get this damn separation belt off of me.
So, Lenny, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's
Yes,
done.
I'm here. I did answer
You
you.
feel it too, right? So itchy.
Phantom Weasel. You sure you'll be able to handle him?
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Magician's assistants?
I'm not sure I have a choice.
That sounds fun. Assistants are technically magicians too.
Okay, Paimon.
Also,
I'm surrounded by a small child.
closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done. Shall we go first?
Paimon, you don't know how to whisper. Alright, what's your plan?
First thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the Weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the Weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the Weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so
Genshin.
I asked Lynette to wait for her there. We should make a
see.
move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
That makes sense, yeah. Gift of parting. That's my favorite game. What do you like to do when you're not playing games? Wait, why are we going to Navia's graves?
You took your time.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation
Games,
of the
yeah.
Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you help.
I write
So,
sometimes
what's the
and
situation?
edit,
Have you seen
but
Gemma?
I mostly
Nope.
just do this.
I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
I
How
see.
bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
The people grieving? Being or in the people grieving, okay. This feels wrong.
Excuse me,
Morally.
good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either.
Mm.
She's heartsick.
But I love
Ever
picking
since
reading
Caesar passed
during.
away,
I
she's
play
been
badminton
coming
with
here
my friends,
once every
etc.
week to clean his grave. Often
like
she
cooking?
just sits there in front of his headstone.
I mean,
lost in thought.
under occasions
Sometimes she
where I
talks
do
to
it, yeah.
herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to
Just
speak
not
to him
good at
again.
it. Also, I'm
She
paranoid
knows
of
he's
burning my
gone.
house down,
Can't hear
so.
her from the grave, but She just likes to spend time there, telling her
Or do I
fiancé
really
all about how her
have
life is going.
much a chance?
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him
Don't
fondly.
mind me asking where
If I'm
I'm
honest,
from. I'm from
I think this is all
Australia.
so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway,
You can't
all
prove
of that
that.
said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay.
What if Gemma's
Well, that's everything I
the
know,
new
I'm afraid.
Phantom
Might
Weasel?
have more luck asking some other people.
Maybe being on Twitch.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Hopefully. What about these guys?
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
Yeah,
Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know
maybe.
anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't.
I'm gonna wait.
What
I
if,
followed it with
just
good
hypothetically,
vibes.
I mean,
Thanks.
what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set
Bro,
up.
I can't
The
follow.
Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to
The
children on
conversation of the
street,
button.
For Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a
My Twitch is
balloon
broken.
thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please.
Oh no,
Weren't you
my
the one
table.
cursing his
It's
name to high
broken.
heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, "Oh, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy," or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
This is error every time. That's weird. Sorry to
Hello
interrupt.
there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me,
Are
I
you
still don't
reading
have
my
the faintest
chat?
clue how he pulled it off.
Can I show you?
Really
No.
incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too.
The back
he
of those.
always used to bring some
Just
gifts
listening to the
along
dialogue.
for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also
want your
rumors that he
feedback.
used the wish list to
You know
find
how
out
some
what was
scribbles
precious
give you
to
odd things to
people,
get chat
with
rewards
the
and
intent
stuff?
to steal it later.
Plus 50 doesn't work
As
either.
I'm sure you know, the Phantom
Ah.
Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the Weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more.
Makes sense.
I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time.
Sure.
No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
Makes sense. Give me my Discord,
So
I'll
that's
catch you
Gemma.
there. No, you
Is it
won't.
just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait. It looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay. right?
What's Discord?
Who's asking?
It's a social media
Don't
site
be
for people to
afraid.
chat
We
on.
mean no harm.
And it's basically a more organized version of
Looks
Tumblr.
like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're
No.
investigating the Phantom Weasel.
Discord. What?
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh.
Never mind, ignore me.
suspected as much.
Okay.
Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She is the Phantom Weasel.
She definitely knows something.
Perhaps she simply doesn't trust us.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
My name is Lenny, and I need you to turn my several clocks. One jar of something. So tomorrow, does it just say until 8? Oh yeah, by the way, I have a whiteboard in my room, which is just filled to the brim with random lore notes. And a calendar. Doesn't make sense, and I'm not sure why I'm calling Genesis Orbs Genesis Pearls. Where are they? Oh yeah, they're down there, aren't they? No, I'm going the wrong way. I am like an octofish. What? Jellyfish.
Over here.
No, an octopus. No, an octopus.
Lynette's
Jella.
not joining us today?
I'm Jella.
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
And where do we
Today,
start?
we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
Oh, the Hotel de Broad. I remember this place.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My
I'm just a
apologies.
witness.
These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former Magic Maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but...
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head-on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man?
Is that Caesar?
With me?
Who the hell's
Another
this?
day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say?
Why do we have a random drunkard here?
Young.
Did Barbados send him to us?
Back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend. despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something. Anyway, point is, a lot older
This
than
guy's
when he
trying to
first got
confuse me.
rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
Shut up
Jamie?
and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Let me guess, we're going after him next.
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Lenny, be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
That's what someone would say if they were the Phantom thingy. Weasel.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion.
There's something strange about him.
And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him.
A
He only
weasel.
just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
That makes sense. Coming for you, random guy.
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I said way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
Hey, keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions. Or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Well, that was weird.
There he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
Well, it should just be Lynette being weird. What? Yeah, that's at the city, alright.
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Lenny. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister. Who said
Yeah, we won't be doing that.
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
Looks like we can't avoid this fight. Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Yeah, leave it to me.
Don't worry, we got this!
I might even say, let me at him!
Not now. Stars, shine for me.
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Yeah, I mean, I am
Vision
going to
wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet! Oh,
Lady.
get away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who?
Could it be a Gemma?
You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she should be
I'll be
willing to
back
open up to us once
eventually.
she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore.
Sorry, my brother spilled his drink on me, but we're back now. And I forgot to grab my water. Again.
Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
Looks like there's one left. Yeah. These clothes are so weirdly comfortable. I have been given quite tight pants, quite loose, and it's normally the other way around. Where are we going? Cafe. Yeah. Why am I exhausted? I'm not exhausted, I'm just tired. This is my laundry when you were gone. I also deleted the Twitch app. Fun. You would do laundry and I had. Was Noelle there? And downloaded it again. This is just turning it off and on again. That would fix the error problem. Hi, Lynette and Jeremy. I don't think that it worked. Damn.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran
I
into
want-
the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
Traveler.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid.
Huh.
How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
Well, we're magicians.
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay.
I'm gonna do something I should have done 3 hours and 30 minutes ago.
I've heard that Caesar
Yeah,
used to have
'cause
a
why
magic
not?
workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and
Okay,
no one's
that's
been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Understood.
Lynette?
Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Wow. 1 second.
This coffee smells as good as ever.
I think. Nope. More than 2 seconds. Okay, I'll be right back again, but not as long.
La da 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 da.
Coffee is life. Looks like no more free coffee for me.
This coffee smells as good as ever.
All the standing around is making me so sleepy.
Coffee is life. Looks like no more free coffee for me.
La da 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 da.
The tea here just keeps getting more bitter.
Coffee is life. Looks like no
This
more
coffee
free
smells as
coffee
good
for
as
me.
ever.
Are you tired? Try my new spicy energy drink. I'm sure it'll wake you up.
Coffee is life.
Here just keeps getting
This coffee smells as good as ever.
Looks like no more free coffee for me.
Whatever you do, please be careful. If anything happens to you because you're investigating Caesar, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
Nothing will happen to me, because I'm the traveler. I say. Oh, Maru, what do you say?
With me here, nothing will happen.
Oh, that's confidence. How do I? Where? Huh? Down here? Yeah. Why did it suddenly stop navigating? We should be good. How do you see the now? It's not fine. Enter Caesar's workshop.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby.
Yeah, that's well, it's
like
the
these
second
boxes
link
are
in the
blocking the
pinned
entrance. Let's shift them
message
away
I
first.
just put out.
There we go. It should be just down here.
I also have a VODs channel, but it's not linked. That's the Vernius symbol. What's your channel called? Herpless_lyric 87. Oh, I'm a Lenny now. Can't believe I've become a flag of the LGBTQ community. Oh, it does do things.
This was Caesar's workshop.
And the VODs channel is Purpose Lyric 75.
Let's head in further.
Wait, does this shoot out? Oh! That's cool. Yippee. Trying to upload daily, but I'm going to fail until, like, August 1st. I'll shoot it.
We must have triggered some sort of device.
Did it. Somehow.
My guiding stars.
Okay.
Whoa. Look. The doll in the box is glowing.
They're flying.
There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer look.
I want a bucket of fried chicken that never runs out. Like a new bag. And there's no such thing as fried chicken that never runs out. This would just as such thing as children who never grow up. Once you're eating too much fried food, it's bad for you. Make sure to pair it with something healthy like a salad, alright? Is this the origin of the Caesar salad? What do you say? I like a little dove. I want a robot with full powers. Now, you need your parents' permission to own a pet. You also need to take good care of it. I brought a fluffy toy dove for you this time. If you're ready to own a pet, make a real dove appear for you next time. I don't know who the Caesar is, but he sounds good. Not like any weasel. What is that? That's a weasel. That's a weasel. You're a weasel. Maybe attacking unprovoked isn't the best idea.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
Not one. Wish my parents would get back together. Wish one could grade the medical exam, but wish my little sister have a normal life free of danger. Lenny? Yeah, no, I want you to know that you can all share your troubles with me, children. Some wishes need more than magic. If them come through, they need the power of your hard work. I wish you the best of luck and hope all your wishes will come true. Do any of them work, or am I just smart? When do we get to go to your wedding, Uncle Caesar? And what's your shares in when I'm grown up, Uncle Caesar? And you have to go until can't you stay here with us, Uncle Caesar? Oh my, this and the wishes is where you exceed my expectations. Wedding will be held very soon, and don't worry, you're all invited. Door has already been scheduled, but I will definitely be back. You'll always be welcome at my shares if you like magic. Aww. I mean, appearances are not what they meet the eye. Yeah, and he very could well be evil, but for all of this, it seems to be wanting me to take away that he is not a Phantom Weasel. And I've got blind faith, and nothing else to my name. No, seriously, I'm in debt.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
Lonnie, what are you looking at?
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... And... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike.
Well,
Looks
yeah,
pretty
there's
big
a reason for
inside.
the saying, bro.
Let's head in and take a look around.
Clear out the malfunctioning machines. But first, an answer from this world. Arkham Quest unlocked. Yeah, well, I can't do that, so whatever. Doesn't exist.
Don't be scared.
There is no space, it's not real. Dance, we've made sand drown. It's hard to put the pieces together. I don't think I'm healthy. What's this do? Going up. Oh, what up? But with audacity and the terrible voice. My name's Barbados. I'm a balloon. I'm a balloon. I am a balloon. I'm a balloon. I am a balloon and I cannot climb up this wall. I'm a balloon and I cannot climb up this wall. I'm a balloon. No. You can't park there. But I wanna... What's this? Do you wanna be my friend? That was pathetic. I don't think he wants to be a friend, I'm gonna lie. How dare you want to be my friend? What about you, Ever Machine? Do you want to be my friend? Wow. Come here, buddy. We're just step this.
Windblade!
Look, this is taking too long. Lenny, can I be a balloon?
Lenny? Is there some device in that box?
Huh.
It's
It just
really
looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead.
Oh, hey, I know
If
that
anyone
box.
makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
Lenny, you're gonna get framed for murder again, Lenny. So, the magical
The
puzzle.
placement of this device inside.
Nah, it's my turn. Shut the door, Lenny. I want to go back in the closet. Pride Month is over, don't you know? This is where I belong. Not the same one as one in the Arkham Quest here. Yeah, but it's the same trick. Can I be one of these balloons? I'm done looking for my sister. I'm a balloon now. Call me Balloon Boy. I fell. A different character. Ah. What if I press this? Okay. If I have stuff off, does it? Okay. I've got an idea.
Oh, seems like we can't step on the same tile twice. Guess we've got
I
to finish it
didn't
in
step
one
on the
run,
same
huh?
trial. When did I step on the same trial? I've got this. Eventually. Wait, it doesn't say when I have, where I have to start, and then does it? But I didn't, okay. Ta-da! That was definitely not the intended solution that it worked. You already do that.
There's a hidden room here!
Alright, show yourself, Alice.
Oh, this bookcase is full of Caesar's own notes. He wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon. Hey, look! Is that Caesar's diary on the table?
Maybe.
This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
About wishless.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were
You
pestering
don't
me
jerk
to pull
kids
all
as a
sorts of
magician
things
before.
out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat?
Huh.
Two children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely.
I'm assuming this is Lindy and Lamette.
Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these two. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down.
Oh, so that wishless had to have been Lenny's, right? Oh, Lorenzo. What about him?
Seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those two children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master.
There's no way this guy's a fan from Weasel.
I have no doubt that they could become
I say a
far
reading
greater
only
magicians
notes and
than
not
I.
knowing anything about the guy.
My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
Caesar? Ah. Then you mean the Phantom Weasel, that
It's
makes
time
sense.
for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon.
Oh.
It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow.
Hey, isn't that what Lenny said about that one kid earlier?
Sense that their lives have been hard. Possibly even dangerous, too. They're not like other children.
It's a shame that I can't do more to help them.
Oh, I get it. Alakina killed this guy.
After thinking things over,
I'm lying. She wouldn't do that,
I
I don't
decided to
think.
tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods. And that is why we must find our own truth. P.S.
This guy knows
I hope
something.
they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that?
Oh, she definitely would if she had
Maybe I'm
slight
overthinking
reason to.
this.
Eh.
Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said.
I'm going to learn that this is Linny's entire philosophy next time we speak to him, aren't I? Alakina we're talking about. I don't think she would kill necessarily as she would intimidate.
Two magic geniuses with a father
Yeah,
and a
purely
mission,
because
huh?
they need to be able to call her not evil, so they can sell her as a playable
About
character.
Linny and Lynette, don't you think?
Yeah.
So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny.
Watch Caesar come back from the dead. Lenny, I know all your past secrets and your childhood. Beer.
Linny?
We know your past.
Hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed.
Hmm?
First,
For what?
the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
Theoretically speaking, what do you
The
mean?
inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least.
I blame Alakina.
And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of
I
how
don't
it
think
works
she's
is
a
just
bad
based on what
person,
he
I
gathered from
just-
his notes and the relevant gadgets
I don't
here in
like
his
the
workshop.
way that she's suddenly treated as a moral option,
High-altitude escape has never
and
been
despite
done,
raising child soldiers, because the children want to stare. That should not be how that works.
Would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it.
Also, I don't trust
Wait a
Conrians.
second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box.
Hmm?
This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside, and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trapdoor onto the Opera House roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape.
Huh.
Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed.
I'm not sure what you're learning with this. Why would Caesar pretend to be
Because a
right-handed?
magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left.
Maybe someone exploited that fact against him?
Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But
This is why I can never be a magician.
He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him.
But here,
How would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side. Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
You just couldn't
Would
let
it?
sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago.
magic.
I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it.
Oh.
You can't leave this place alive.
Okay, maybe I didn't know him, but isn't Lenny his student? But also, yeah, this is.
I'm fine.
Not now.
Yes, just like that. Line up! Come on. Come here. You got anything else there, bud? Is this meant to hurt? Oh no. Oh no, whatever will I do? Oh no. Oh no, I'm being hit by knives and hammers. Oh, it's such a travesty. Oh wow. Come on. Come on, you know you want to. Come on. Come here. This is the best you can do. Oh wow, I'm so intimidated. Oh, that's a way. Why? No, I'm not. Oh, it's so intimidating. Oh, look at me, I'm such a big machine. Oh, I'm so scary. The scratch. Was just gonna summon Lynette and Freminette?
You kids are tougher than you look.
I'm 500 years old.
Lorenzo, your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking. And what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
If I had a Mora for every
I
time.
would argue the Traveler's older than this world.
Of course you idolize Caesar. Everyone else did.
At least 6,000.
I was the real genius magician.
I reckon they would be older than
He was
Zhongli.
just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me.
So it was
What the fuck's an
jealousy.
aristocrat?
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic.
Then why would you work for him?
He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had.
So you killed him? Why didn't you just
He
leave?
forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me. I had to kill
I
him.
reckon he could have just started his own
There was no
business.
other way.
Yeah.
He had to go.
What does this guy think? How do you really
this was
get to
your
the
only
conclusion that
motive?
this is
It was reason enough. What other
reasonable?
motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
Yeah, I also
Love with
suspected that
Gemma.
at one point.
Don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way. That the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy.
Drew, if you wanted to use magic for nefarious things, you could have just teamed up with Rhindaughter.
Practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all
Because
kinds
I
of
heard that the
valuable
Phantom Weasel stole from the Witch and Plural alike.
Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much he was worth.
Ransom.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws.
Or just be a treasure hoarder. I mean, treasure hoarders probably have a worse fate.
Stop it getting out has
Me.
failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well.
You will when I'm
In
done.
that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
And black text. Oh no, it's just a chest.
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
Yeah, one more thing.
Windblade!
Hey, buddy. Got a gift for you. It's gonna go way too far. 1 second. That's your gift. Enjoy.
Lily has told me the whole story. Lorenzo,
Hi,
do you
Bruno.
confess to the murder of Caesar and to
I'm sorry, I
blame
just
him
wasn't
for the
expecting the
Phantom
name
Weasel's
Bruno.
crimes?
Look who's finally developed a conscience. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because there'll be hell to pay.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point. We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
Bright. People. Lynette and Looney. Yay, Gemma. People. I'm afraid my brain is a brain no more. It's off to Looney anyway. Oh, that guy. I will be free one day, not of you. I'm not doing that.
Ah, you're back. You were so
You don't have to
quick.
sound so
I've only
disappointed.
just finished my third dessert.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
It's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
Point taken.
Did everything go okay?
We arrested the Phantom Weasel.
No match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry, I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions.
I work at a
about
research
Lorenzo,
institute, Burrow.
but I...
Well, according to the 4th anniversary, anyway.
We understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers in your position, too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry. Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious. But I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid.
Damn.
I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly. Thank you so much.
At least I should never guess this room to announce Lorenzo's arrest.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, looked like they got along great. And to think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault. Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty. Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Oh, thank you.
Watch them flex by performing the trick he failed at.
We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Don't worry, we'll be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show.
He wrote the dialogue because that's not what that line means. He should have said late. Oh, late E. How do you elongate them E? Maybe it's the entire word, whatever. My point stands.
Paimon feels
Grandma.
like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary!
That's enough out of you. Look, I know I was told they're doing them in release order, but I really want to know who the hell this is. I've at least seen her in events before. And she was in an Archon quest. Along with everyone else here. I've just never seen this person before. And the only time I've ever seen anyone ring her up is for arguments. For a solo character, so I wouldn't hurt doing hers. Cool. Watch for magic show at the upper house. Well, we've got magic to watch first. But yeah, her first appearance is in her story quest. Like a Scuffier. I remember her. Partly because she was in the last update, but still.
I wonder where humans come from.
What about the Melusine walk? Isn't that just the same as the Limian walk? Yeah. You know, I don't know if anyone else has ever mentioned this, but I think it's cool how... Where is the thing I'm looking for? Oh, but they like... disappear with the wind. Or whatever. And then you have Quake the Dust and stuff. And you can technically argue that that's the twins matching lions. Man. I'm happy, Skip. Yeah. Why is it telling me to go up there? Why does this game want me to sit in the front row? My neck would be so much better at like the middle, you know?
Paimon's excited to see another of Linny's magic shows! Wait. Lynette, shouldn't you be on stage by now?
Not this time.
That's Paimon
My
so
brother's
hyper.
going solo today.
Oh.
So, I'll be watching with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin.
It's time for Linny to die!
Prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen before.
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
Sounds like a dream. There's some PTSD.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
No wonder. Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Is this really the time?
Well, I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little children. Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world. And somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So, I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
It was with a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head. I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Oh, that's so cute.
Is that right? Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart, just like Caesar. So let's treasure the time we have with him. After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might...
The killer has
That's
been
right.
caught.
It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right. Yes, you can breathe easy now, Phantom Weasel.
See? Even Lynette says... Wait, what? The Phantom Weasel? Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Linny once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience.
Huh?
But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't like this riddle. Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something!
Ladies and
Paimon, sorry, but I have to play
I hope you're all
Hangman in my
enjoying
head
the
first.
performance
Don't
so
you notice
far.
the Staggenrumper?
There will now be a brief intermission, after which Linny will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for. The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
The Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they? Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
What? Why do you eat so many desserts before being smart? Mm-hmm.
Dear me, this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood.
Go get your sister to explain what the
This
fuck
is a big
talking
mistake for a
about.
magician to make, but thankfully, I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a story?
Linny? Don't we have more important things to address right now? Lynette accused Gemma of being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask. And as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
I see.
Well then, let's hear it. Paimon's dying of curiosity here.
Let's
Good
go back
job.
to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was. Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf. After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now, all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes. But as she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this. Pulling the
Jig's up,
strings.
Gemma.
But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Linny? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me? Even without a shred of evidence?
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight. Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in on it? But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Linny, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious.
Oh, they really were having
Killed
an affair.
Caesar with his own hands. Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the Weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we? If I had to guess, I would say that the real weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten. She'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly rag dolls from whatever scrap material she could get her hands on. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that tender age, she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts, Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true, and it will fill the void in my soul.
Well, that's not true.
Pretty heavy stuff.
Sounds prophetic.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Linny?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
So what was with the warning letter?
That's right. What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light.
She didn't write the letter.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But it seems like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace. Linny. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now? You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House. But why?
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name. The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him? Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you. He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget, and so we came to find you.
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
Free? Do you really think so?
As a
Caesar
reminder,
once
he's
told
part of
me
a
that
criminal
even though
organization.
The world is filled with lies and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people. Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing became your way of numbing the pain.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that? He knew who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years. You're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now.
Why'd this get so deep all of a sudden?
I guarantee you, you'll never see it again.
<sighs> 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 .
Congratulations on your freedom.
Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Linny to perform his final act in tonight's show. I'm sure you're all
gonna flex on her by winning.
Finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is a death-defying high-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
10 years ago.
I'm sure you all remember the magician Caesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel. So we have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. There may be a lot of people watching tonight, but you alone are my true witnesses.
Yeah, when you're not strongly, you can't get that line, bitch.
Lenny, wait. You two hid a lot from Caesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book? Or are you still the same as ever? You don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
You're wrong. I'm nothing like you.
So, what are we, doing now?
Like Linny said, when you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
But what about Gemma?
She'll figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Linny after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Well, let's go.
You do a disturbingly good job at
Magicians are
appearing not
like
worried.
thieves.
Yeah,
Thieves only tear things
weep.
apart.
I've got that.
But good-hearted magicians, they put things back together.
Yes, we get it. Come to me, death-defying guy. Oh, hi, Charlotte. How'd she get up there?
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Linny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Well, yeah, he's a vision bearer, so...
Mysterious. Surprising.
This one, unfortunately, not a catalyst.
and logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? 1 minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious.
Doesn't Lenny do that all the
I
time,
didn't
though?
blink once, he just vanished, right in front of my eyes.
What a heart-stopping magic show. This was really worth the trip. Caesar's
Hey.
name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine...
Looks like everyone really loved Lenny's grand finale.
Even though they don't know the full story.
See Lenny anywhere. Where'd he go?
The usual hunt.
Ned said he'd be waiting for us at the usual hunt. But
The cemetery?
you mean the one where yeah, that's probably it. All right, let's go look for it.
Probably going to end stream after I'm done with Lenny's story quest. It's either that or thrashing and banging with headphones in my head.
There you are. Are you alright?
Bye.
Scared to death when the chain broke. Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks.
In the morning for me, it was
That's our
fun
job.
around there. See
So
ya.
I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
After I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him.
An agenda?
I told you about my past before, remember? As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes, we figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, "It's my passion." But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
Lenny.
I don't blame you.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you? But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
Don't be sad. We're in your auditorium and we're not going anywhere.
Cheer up, Winnie. We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too. But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings. Delicious food, fun toys, and the Traveler by my side. Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window. You know, Traveler, doesn't that kind of make you Paimon's truth?
Huh?
Exactly. It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me, and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Winnie, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can...
Oh, all right then.
Paimon.
I'll give it a go, but only because it's you. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand! We ain't going along with this!
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me. Okay, try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1!
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers appeared somewhere else.
Really?
Again?
Let's see.
Uh,
Wow, there it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right? This one's called, oh yeah, a rainbow rose. But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Linny, pretty please!
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Fine. Please, teacher, please!
please don't teach my
Since you
companion
asked
magic.
so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
Ah, look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back now, too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read The Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Linny and Caesar will be plastered all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
There's more? Fucking hate you, Lenny. Pulling my hair out because of this thing. This freak.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Linny, I'll only take a moment of your time, if you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted...
That was quick.
Too late, bro.
That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Whoops.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself...
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
I'm gonna have to distract this somehow.
Oh, I remember now. You and... Quickfire question. Where did you all go?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Linny did it. Actually, glad you mentioned it. Cause that
What?
What?
I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
No, I just,
What the... What now? Oh, did Paimon say something wrong again? This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to... Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web... All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest...
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
Finally. Oh, that's what I thought was rushing me, the fucking flower. We'll do the monster and accept Emilia's quest, and then we'll do it tomorrow. What Oros? That's in Simmer. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bye.